Hello. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to BullShooter Europe 2025. We're here in Spain, ready to have a good time covering some great darts. We got Marti Santa Maria, which we got a chance to talk to actually at this last BullShooter Chicago finals, and then we got Victor Otero on the other side. This is a winners side matchup that we'll be looking at here, and I'm looking forward to getting some great coverage of our singles cricket pro bracket here in Spain. So leave a comment, leave a like, and let us know where you're watching from, as I'm excited to be calling these games with you guys. Sit back, relax. We're going to have a good time talking some great darts as they're getting their last few warm-ups in. Victor was at the line. He had to step away briefly. And there you go. You can see giving a little handshake there. Marty, someone I am familiar with. There's going to be a lot of new faces, a lot of new names. If you're one of our North American viewers, if you're one of our European and overseas viewers, you're going to have a good time watching some great talent on our live stream here. They're just getting our last few warm-up darts in. It is going to be a best of 5 cricket match that we're going to be looking at here. Diddle for game number 1, a loser start. Diddle on the tiebreaker if needed. So let us know, folks, who you cheering for today? Who do you want to see on the live stream? What do you want to see on the live stream? I already see some refreshments getting brought over to our friends. They're ready to have a good time on the live stream as well. Rocking that PDC logo on the jersey. This guy is meaning business. I'm not as familiar with Victor. I am recently familiar with Marti in the last year. So really curious to see how they will perform on the board. This is a winners side matchup that we're looking at. And yeah, you can actually follow the brackets as we get a great comment here from Brandon. We're going to go ahead and put a comment in here. We're going to be covering that pro singles bracket, but you can actually follow every single bracket going on there over in Salou, Spain for this matchup. Travis saying looks like a shopping mall. It's actually a super big hotel. This is a hotel Best Cap Salou. And this place is massive. It's like a resort, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it does kind of have that mall looking vibe to it. I've definitely thought the same thing myself. Do appreciate each and every one of you guys tuning in. We are live on BullShooter Europe's page, as well as both of our BullShooter Facebook and YouTube pages here on the North American side of the affair. So this should be good. They should be getting these last few warm-up darts in, and then they should be good to go. Famous last words, though, from me on that one. Hey, Will Stewart in the chat. Look at that. That's a live streaming goat here coming in to hang out with us. Was looking at trying to look up Victor because I saw the PDC logo on his shirt, but looks like there's not too much data on the gentleman. But again, Marty, you might have seen him play in the Chicago finals last year. He did very, very well and represented Spain very well. I always love seeing all these different personalities and players, and of course, trying to get a nationals team over here. That's the big thing when we get that nationals team event, to see who goes to play in that international challenge that we have. It's one of my favorite events that we host. The Nations Challenge here in Europe is always an exciting one. Let me tell you, these guys, they're warmed up. That's what I know right now. They always say the 37th warm-up dart is really the one that seals the deal. Of course, I've not had the opportunity to go to Spain there myself. I am here remotely in the land Florida, so it's been a little FOMO missing out on all the action there in person. I've always wanted to go to Spain, but turns out I need to get a passport if I want to do that. Winner of this match will go on to play either Brandon Kesler, which we are familiar with, or Javier Baraso in that next round. If you, by the way, love when I mispronounce names, you're going to have a great time on this live stream here today. A couple other notable names on the winner side here for our North American viewers at home. Nick West still kicking on the winner side. He's currently on a match waiting for a board against Carlos Ruiz. There's a couple of other familiar names here. If you've watched other BullShooter content, Daniel Zapata just lost out to David Ruiz Batista. So we've seen both of those gentlemen before on our live stream. I believe we had George Daniels kicking somewhere in this bracket. I don't know if he's still kicking now. Saw him early on take a loss. A little earlier than I think he would have probably preferred, but this is a tough bracket. 87 people in this Cricket Pro event. I believe Pro is defined as a 3-7 or higher, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong on that one. In fact, let's just usually assume I'm wrong. That's actually the easiest way to approach life. Is it looks like they are just now getting set up and ready to get to this match. I got a little preemptive. I got excited to get on the mic and call some great games. Do you think they actually set up for a best of 3? It is a best of 5 they're supposed to be playing, as this is a winners side matchup. Tony's saying, get a passport and a train pass, and you can see a whole bunch of different countries. You're not wrong there. Certainly high on my list of things to do, because I don't want the next time one of these BullShooter Europe events to come around. I don't want that to be my excuses. I don't have a passport. I just want to go. As much as I love going to like Wichita, Kansas, it ain't no Salou, Spain by any means. That's a great 7-mark start there for Victor on the 20s. We are going to be following board number 1 today as our main stream board. We do have board number 2 as a backup stream board for in between matches. It's a little bit of a awkward angle, but we still have a pretty good coverage on it. So we still get 2 boards of action here in Spain, as Martin only gets 3 on the 19s. Giving Victor an opportunity to push along the bottom of the board. Got to be careful with that dart, though, the way it's hanging. It's easy to deflect off it. Now it's going to be hard to find the big single, but you should be able to drill it, and that he does. You can see kisses off the flight. Wolf Stewart has his caps lock on. Oh, yes, it is. Well, you know what? You want to commentate some BullShooter Europe darts for a little bit as we get our first 9 mark here. We don't say boom goes the dynamite in Europe of our live stream from Martin Marti. Again, we're going to be getting full coverage of this pro bracket, so we'll be hanging out, having fun. That Porter saying it's a great surprise to hear your voice, Nick. Yeah, this is always my last second. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and squeeze this in the schedule event. I did it last year. I remember I was like sick as a dog when I was commentating it last year, and frankly, it was one of the most fever dream broadcasts those 5 days. So I'm looking forward to having that to be the case here. We're live Thursday through Sunday, and we will be getting coverage every single day of as much as we can. Kenny Windsor saying, I'm going next year, Nick Teixeira. It's a fun trip. We can be roomies. You know what? Don't threaten me with a good time. This is a good battle still going on. Look at that beautiful 9 mark there from Victor. 100-point lead pushes Martin over to the 16s. Is going to need to drill as many as he can find. Needs a 9 and then some. 7 helps the cause, but it's not enough to stop the momentum. Victor just needs to get 3 16s and then can push the bull if he so chooses. 36-point difference is all that separates these two gentlemen in leg number 1. Oh, is that a marker or is that a blocker? Looks like it did help him out. Was able to find the corner. Single 17 pushes the bull, so last start should be back at that 17. Does do so and finds that trip. Victor looking prime right now in his form. Emilio Campos in the chat says, can't wait for y'all to come to Chicago. Just around the corner, May 22nd is when we get things going. Thursday for Monsters of the Midway. We're going to be live streaming it this year, something we have never done, if I'm not mistaken. So looking forward to being able to bring that to the live stream again. Steve Hilger saying, wasn't Marty just in Vegas? I'm pretty sure he was, actually. There's a couple of these guys. I know last year I got a chance to commentate Daniel Delgado, and he was just in Vegas. I don't think Ricky Perez or Justicia were on the live stream last year, but that's leg number one for Victor. Very convincing leg number one at that. Here we go to leg in number two as I try to get everything adjusted here. It's a little different broadcasting from a computer 1,000 miles away. Trying to figure out what actually happened on my scoreboard. Where'd this go? Interesting. Don't worry, folks. We're getting everything figured out one way or another. As I say, knowing no idea what I'm doing. And that's half the fun. Marcy saying, geez, I'm happy when I get a 2.5 MPR. Don't blame you there. Don't blame you at all. Do apologize, folks. Just trying to get some stuff sorted in the background here. It's our first match of a long day of coverage. So that's a 6 mark there from Victor. And Marty definitely struggling. Might be some jet lag that's coming into play. Definitely not his normal form. He's a 5+ player whenever I've seen him on the stream. Steve Hilger saying, great news for you at Whammo. I will have some pulled beef brisket in the room for us. We'll go part 2, plate for plate. Now that is some content. That's what we're looking forward to seeing. I'm down, Porky, but I'm not going to take it easy on you just because I like you. Needs to make a stand here at the 16s or 15s. You can see that crowd building behind these players. Definitely a following for these guys. But Victor can just go ahead and try to close up these corner pockets. Oh, there we go. Shout out to Augustine, by the way. He's our gentleman that is the director of Europe, actually, here at Arachnid. He actually helped out with that scoreboard malfunction there. So appreciate you, Augustine. Push to the 15s. Martin, not much he can do except to hit a 7 and hope for a miss. A miss that Victor doesn't seem likely to give. He's throwing some primo form so far. The crowd. I love watching when people just kind of go and start congregating right behind a great matchup. Sit back and watch them darts for a little bit. I know I definitely have done that in the past. Even just recently NDA, I remember sometimes during our stream break, I'd catch myself randomly watching a match. And I'm like, wait, I just did that for 12 hours. Maybe I should take a break. I never take a break. That's the real secret. Liz Will's here. Will would fact check me on that one, but we don't need that. Well, we don't need no fact checking Will Stewart's around here. First Bulls found good marker to find the double. And does do so. That's going to be a 2-0 jump in this matchup for Victor. Marty, not much you can do if your opponent's on a 6-3-5. I mean, a 4-1-7 is low for Martin. Don't get me wrong, but it's not low enough to get thrashed like that. Typically, it's just a great performance we're seeing from Victor. Martin back against the wall if he wants to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. Year love Hammersburg in the chat saying, one day I will travel to Salou too. At least I might get a tan as the darts don't do as I want. I feel that one, brother. Absolutely. As we do get some perfection from Martin to get us started into this leg 3 bout. It's best of 5. So down 2-0 is a tough spot to be in a loser start format. 5-mark response from Victor doesn't stop the attack from Martin that's about to happen. Going to be pushing along the bottom side of the board. Should attack these 19s immediately. Good marker for the trip. Just 1, 2, 3 on the singles. And I say just because, yes, he did push the 19 successfully, but that's now 38 points recovered in the difference. Victor going to just keep aiming for 5 marks. And, if something collects higher, even better. But you're chipping away, trying to get an opportunity to shoot that 20 just one time. How about right there? Beautiful 9 mark for Victor. Our second of this leg, one from each of these gentlemen. Beautiful darts. Now Martin. He has the point lead, but he needs to hit a 6 mark. He needs to close the 17s and then try to grab the 18s. He's only going to spend 1 dart at the 18s, it seems, and it might be none. Yeah, he wanted at least a single on that second dart before shooting the 18s. I think that's the right shot selection, as now it forces a 9 because he stayed for a 6. Trip 18, gets a shot, though, at the 17. There's trip 18. He is on fire. Victor, what are you doing? He's getting a shot for the 9. He's looking at it. Oh, and he kind of pulled that dart. You saw his reaction as he threw it. He knows if that dart goes in, it forces another near perfect round. But still does a lot of damage in the meantime. Martin starting to lock in. He's staying, not even considering the look. Maybe fortuitous as he finds a beautiful 7, pushes for another 9 mark shot, in this case an 8. Trip 18 gets you a shot for the 2 17s if you so choose. He has not missed the trip 18, has he? He has not missed the trip 18, has he? Oh, I finally jinxed him there, and you can see the frustration. Still a great 6 mark. This is such a good battle between these gentlemen. When your lowest round is a 5 that you shot in the very opening salvo, you're going to be feeling pretty good. Martin's just trying to shake him off his tail. This will help. How about a 9 there from Martin? Good shot indeed. Incredible 9. Victor now pushed to the side pockets. Finds the 16s. They're like the 18s, but down and left. You can see he kind of sailed that dart a little bit, had a reaction. Even if it tripped, I don't know if that was the opportunity to take the shot, but he still chooses to anyways. Hits a good 6, but it's only good if Martin doesn't hit a 6 mark here. If he hits trip 15, trip 16, he wins the leg. There's trip 15. There's only a single. Needs to find a trip or a double, and he does find a trip. There's no Maloney doubles in Spain. Great shot there from Martin. Victor onto the Bulls. Not much he can do in this leg, despite having excellence. The timing from Martin has been just phenomenal to stop the 2-0 becoming a 3-0. 5-3 on the Bulls. Tough shot that was left for Victor. If he even gets that shot. More likely he won't. Good shot there. Martin is on the board. It is 2-1, and that's a 6-4-5. He had to throw that 6-4-5. And those Bulls might have brought down the average there a little bit for Victor. I'm curious to see. Yeah, 6-1-7, by the way, which means he was brought down on that shot. That was an incredible leg from these gentlemen. What a great matchup. How about Augustine starting us off with a banger for a matchup? Shout out to all of our tournament staff over there in Europe for putting on this great tournament and these players for putting on a great show. Give us some love right now. Give us a little share. We're going to be covering the pro cricket bracket. We're going to be seeing some great players. If you're one of the North American fans, we still got North American players on the winner's side. Look at the man in the Stitch shirt back there. He is upset that Victor hit only a 2. You're curious, that's officially licensed to Disney merch, probably. Maybe. Not. Martino can really hurt this. Oh, no. He's giving the opportunity right back. Just a 3. That does feel like a miss in this scenario. When you're down 2-0, you effectively just got the start for free, and all you hit was a 3. Just feels frustrating. Trip 19. At some point, you grab this 20. Is going to on this last start for a nice 7 mark. Does get it dead center of that single. There was no doubt in his mind about it. But there's definitely worst case scenarios that you can be in here. That is a beautiful shot there from Martin, though. Finds another 9 mark. These guys are machines, showing why they're on the winner's side of the bracket. 3 in the bed on the 18s. Just a reminder, folks, this live stream is free to watch. So if you click on any links that ask for your credit card, don't do it. You don't need to. This is free. You can watch this right now, and you don't want to miss a moment of this. Beautiful 9 mark there once again. Steve Hooker saying, how would one qualifier have the opportunity to attend these events from the United States? I'm not as familiar with the process. I'll try to get a better answer for you. I do know it's through some NATO qualifying tournaments that they run. But that's about as much as I know. I couldn't tell you too many specifics, unfortunately, as I'm still kind of learning the process myself. BullShooter Europe and BullShooter US are surprisingly different at times. So I do know that they have a partnership with NATO, though, to be able to send players over. That's how in the past we got the Thaxtons over there and the players that we have over there this year as well. Victor looking for a big 9 mark to try to swing the momentum back. That's the first start. He's having a little bit of a debate after hitting the first. Kind of a surprising step off. But finds the 18. What a shot this would be. Oh, it hits a single on the last. It does deflect. Leaves a 6 mark here for Martin, but it's still a beautiful shot from Victor. This is a pressure dart. Can Martin hit the big shot? Hits a 5. It adds 50 points. So now 4 15s need to get hit before the 16 gets shot with the point lead. Needs at least a single in the start. There's the single, 10-point lead. 1 dart and a dream here. And he does hit it on the last. Great shot there from Victor. And Martin, fortunately, just getting pushed against the wall, it seems. Victor strong-arming this matchup through and through. The only leg that Martin Marty has won is where he threw a 6-4 to a 6-1. Bull number 1's found. Still got to cross that finish line. Bull number 2's found. Still got to cross that finish line. One more bull needed. One more bull found. Victor Otero does get the win against Martin Marty in what was an absolutely good matchup. You can see, giving some love and respect, as he should, because man, oh man, that was quite the performance there. That's going to be a gentleman to look out for in this bracket. Do see a couple of quick comments here. I want to catch back up. Deanna de Rossier says, NATO runs online tournaments. Just play for NATO vendor to be eligible. And then Kenny also pointing out that you can just go and play, but NATO runs stuff to win free trips and to qualify for Team USA. Paige Motley saying we did multiple different kind of doubles and singles tournaments through NATO, capped and uncapped, to qualify for a free trip and to play for Team USA. saying that she works for J&J Amusements. And then, yeah, Joey Porter saying the Porters went there last year. That is correct as well. But yeah, great stuff. How about that for our first match of the stream? Coming up next for our North American viewers, we got Nick West, West Code Nick West, that is, taking on Carlos Martinez Ruiz in that next matchup. We're going to take a quick moment here. We're going to get everything dialed in, make sure we're ready for that next match, and we'll be back in just a moment. But I'm Nick DeShare, bring you coverage here of the BullShooter Europe Finals XXXI 2025. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to our BullShooter Europe Finals. I think we got the board sound fixed. Might have the volume on it, though. All right, get that adjusted for you. Hopefully it didn't blow out any of your ears. Again, folks, do appreciate your patience. Is this a little different from our normal live stream setup? Listen, now I do appreciate everyone saying "Let's go, Nick." I assume that's for me and not West. Oh wait, I guess it might be for Nick West. We got West Go Nick West on the dartboard here in a winners aside matchup for our Spain finals. Looking forward to seeing this. So this is our pro cricket singles matchup here. Do appreciate each and every one of you guys giving these players love and support. Of course, we got Carlos Martinez Ruiz as well. Tough opponent indeed. See what he's able to do. Got Cody McGraw in there. We got Karen. We got Vince, Don, Richie, Theory, Garrett, Mickey Mousky, Rakowski. Hates it when I do that. Roberto, we appreciate each and every one of you guys and everybody else tuning in across all of our different streaming platforms today. Carlos trying to close the corner pockets to get a jump in leg number one. Again, a best of 5 that we're looking at. Nick just pushed the Bulls. Not much he can do in leg number one. Yeah, saying let's go both Nick on the board and Nick on commentary. Well, yeah, 2 Nicks, twice as much fun. Joe Roman here asking for the bracket link. Bracket link will be in chat. This will be the bracket link that you can use to find every single one of these amazing matchups. Right now, we are covering the pro bracket as Carlos does get leg number 1, but we also do have coverage in the room, not on the live stream, of our other brackets. There's Master, there's Amateur A and B. There's a couple of different brackets going on right now, but we will be prioritizing this beautiful pro bracket as we get a 7 mark from Westco to get things started. I do always love it when Nick plays in the live stream, though, because every time he does, it just makes me feel all gassed up on everyone cheering for him. It just makes me feel good. I just pretend it's all for me. As Nick in the chat, Nick Marina says, "What about 3 Nicks?" Oh, they aren't ready for that, Nick. I can tell you that much. Little thermonuclear here from Westco. Got a little tricky with it, trying to do the crisscross of the 17s, but instead of getting 2 hops this time, he had to go back up to the 20. Got the point lead back, but you just are a little worried about some attacks upstairs. I don't know. I don't mind contesting the 17 here, neutralizing that 1 mark, getting a second house up, but it's only a 13-point lead. If you hit a single 19 on your first start, you could have potentially closed the 20s and 18s. I think Nick's going to be happy about this opportunity. Takes advantage of the shot there. Good shot from Nick West, and Carlos is going to have to reevaluate and go back to the 19s. Solid 5 mark, 29-point lead, but there should still be an opportunity for Nick to just control this leg, and that's a good trip because now you can go back up and add back to the point lead, and you see he likes to throw the quick pace to his throw. Good trip on the last start there. Good 6 in response. Carlos doing a good job of fighting this leg that's been firmly into the grasp of Nick. Although right there, that's an opportunity they just gave right back. I want to see him play a little bit more conservative with a leg down. Go up, load up, and take advantage of your 20s. Because now they're in danger. First, our trip would have been lethal. This kid's still hurt. He looks like that Carlos is planning on staying. He does stay for a 7. If you're going to stay down there for the 7, that means that you think that you're going to be able to reapproach with a point lead here, if unless Nick hits something crazy. So that was his strategy. That was his gambit. But Does it pay off? Ooh, that makes it interesting. Leaves a potential 8 mark. Trip 15, trip 18, trip 20 would be a massive shot, but it's a good gamble from Nick. I would have to wager, especially with that one going high. Now you're stuck on the 15, so you have to get him closed, and does do so. So 30 points keeps him alive in the leg, but definitely hanging on by a thread and control of Nick still. And to be fair, Carlos is firmly in control of leg number 1. 44-point difference between these gentlemen. Here we go. Nick West, go ahead and walk through the door for leg number 2. Make this a 1-1 affair in this best of 5. Does do so. 1-1 in this matchup. Looking at our bracket, which you can find on CompuSport. Again, Nick West taking on Carlos. Winner of this match will move on to the top 4. This is the top 8 winner side matchup currently to play either Juan Luis Lopez Palasio or Samuel Bakun. If I pronounce any of these names wrong, what do you expect? I'm from Ohio. That's a solid 6 on the end, and you got Nick West doing calisthenics to get ready for this tough leg in front of him. And just a 3, that's a bare minimum on the turn with getting the close of the 19s. But if you're Carlos, you're kind of asking yourself, what did you want to accomplish on that turn? And closing the 19s was the main goal. Nick loves to jump around the board. He throws so quick, man. He finds a good 6. Man, he really wanted that 20, and he shot at it a little early. Carlos, on the other hand, definitely a little bit more of a paced, calculated type of player. Dana, I was born and raised in that Columbus, Ohio area, technically Pickerington, but I moved away there. Was it 18 years ago now, almost? So I've lived in Florida for the last 18 years. Although I am moving up to Illinois here in just under 2 months, so I'll be up towards that northern Midwest area again. I visit Ohio all the time, so actually I'll go to tournaments. Like I go to like Cushions. I think I want to say it's called O'Malley's for blind draw. I usually go and try to hang out with different people whenever I'm up there and randomly tag somebody and say, hey, I want to go to the blind draw. Where's the action at? Oh, this is a big dart for Nick. He dropped it, tried to get it, and it clicks off the barrel. Getting some cheers in here for Carlos, giving him some let's goes in the chat. Vamos, Carlos, as he's now moving to the 18. No, now he should be. Look at this shot. No, he stays. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Finds a 3 in the bed on the 20s. Luckily, yeah, I'm moving relatively close. I'm moving over to the Rockford area, so I won't be too far away. Carlos is having a lot of success on these 20s, and Nick, every time he gets a shot, he is so frustrated that it doesn't go on these 20s. He wants to get Ruiz off them. Ruiz caused ruin for Nick. He's going to take the shot here. 6 points down. He does take the look 6 points down. But now, here's the thing. For Carlos, all I want to see here is if you find a trip 20 in that first start, 2 single 18s. I don't think you play for the 1, 2, 3 here, though. He does play for the 1-2-3, hits it in 1, so now should just stay at the 20s for these remaining 2 darts in hands. Big moment in this leg. Want to get that push off, and that's going to help a lot. Another one of those does help even more. Beautiful 8 mark there from Carlos Martinez and Ruiz. Yeah, says my grandparents live in Pickerington. So do mine. That's I love. That's where I grew up. I love it out there. Still will go and visit my grandparents. I'm actually going to be visiting my grandparents there in like a week and a half after I go over to the chairman of the board there in West Virginia. You need to come hang down in Cincy. I would love to. I actually love every time I've passed through Cincy. I've always wanted to actually spend some time over there. So definitely looking forward to it. Michael the Puma saying Rockford has pretty good soft tip scene. We have Friday steel tip at Dye's Den, about an hour from Rockford. I'll have to check that out sometime. This is going to be a 2-1 advantage here for Carlos Ruiz. Does find it, gives a little bit of stuff with it too. Again, to get to the top 4 in this 128 size bracket on the winner's side is a good thing to be at. 5-2-2 played that 4-8-8. But whoever's had to throw has had success. That leg was definitely a back and forth battle. See, fighting the 19s. A lot of times you see guys over here think that shot now, if you're at the high end of, if you're in the pro bracket like these guys are, if you find the 419s and your opponent's on the only 420s, you take the swing in the last start. He chose not to, and Nick West choosing to run along the board. That's the best version of Nick, is the Nick that can jump around to different numbers. When he's stuck in another number, he kind of, it's not like he gets in a rut. He's still a very talented shooter, but the version of him that's the most comfortable is the one that can jump between multiple numbers. He likes playing that thermonuclear style. He likes playing things a little bit close. How about that, though? Beautiful 9 on the 19s to punish the move as the last start close at the 19s didn't go. Nick now going to be on some pointing duty. He's going to need to find a lot. Find 6, but down 47. I want to see Carlos take the shot here. You're up 2-1. You can take the risk. Finds the 20s. Finds the 18s. And not back-to-back on the 9s, but that's exactly your mission there. If you can close the 20s and 18s in that turn, you have a 47-point lead. You're pushing Nick to have to hit a perfect 8. That's a great shot. And that second dart you thought was going to be for sure trip 17. Only a 6 on the find. Back and forth battle now, but you got Nick push the single number instead of jumping around the board. This is a good spot for Carlos. I don't like the aggression there, though. I don't think that was the moment to take the swing at the 17. If you're going to do it, you're going to do that on your last start, unless you find that first start trip. You gave Nick an in. Is Nick going to take it? Doesn't seem likely. Yeah, just opportunity handed back and forth between these gentlemen. Tied score, but advantage to Carlos as he has the darts right here. Gets the close. But he misses the big number at the 19. Needed at least a single. Nick now is just looking to close that 19 and grab a number. Tied score line makes this very interesting, but Nick's back is against the wall in this matchup. He's going to take the swing. But doesn't go. He goes high. You can see the stank face, as he did not feel like that round was going particularly sweet. Solid shot there from Nick, but is it enough? One, two, three. It was enough. Nick still got to capitalize on this 1 point lead. Finds the 15. Can he add some bulls? He can't. That last start needed to be a trip. No, it wasn't supposed to be a trip 7. 1 point difference. 4 bulls and 3 16s away for Carlos. And oh no. Does find the Maloney double on the last. I didn't even know what a Maloney double is. That's just called a double over there. Good close nonetheless. Nick, though, should be able to send this to a last leg decider. Does do so. Not a bad spot if you're going to miss the bull. But of course, it's always better to hit the bull, it seems. Frankie Z in the chat saying, go Nick. This time, I'm sure he's referring to Nick West, although he loves hanging out and supporting us here. Frank, appreciate the El Paso shirts, brother. Fun fact, Frank and all of his friends took out Nick West to a Korean barbecue and were speaking Spanish the whole time. And Nick just sat there and said, my name is Jeff the entire time. So that was the story I just heard from Frankie. As that's a good way to start off this last leg decider there. Big 9 on the 20s. This is a good battle between these gentlemen. I have to agree with you there, Jamie. This has been a lot of fun watching these guys kind of just go back and forth on the board. But is that 9 enough momentum to get the ball rolling in this last leg decider here? That's 4 trips in a row. Make it 5. Oh, doesn't get the last, but still a 9 falls to 7, averaging an 8-0 and a last leg decider going first. Absolutely brutal. Not much Nick West could do, even if he was hitting every dart. Finds another good 5, but fortunately not enough to slow down. 2 18s and then onto the corner pockets. That's another trip. So we missed 1 now. Make that 2. 2 trips have been missed, 9 darts. Very impressive stuff that we're seeing from Carlos Ruiz in the moment here. Nick tries to fight back. Almost gets a 3 in the bed. You can see he thought that last star was going to go. Double bull needed. Not found yet, but this is a near perfect leg for Carlos. And you can see Nick, he's having a smile because sometimes you just go and when you're playing a pro bracket, you get a pro level leg, and that's just more than a pro level leg. Nick didn't do much wrong other than missing the diddle. That was the only thing he could have really done effectively different here, besides just throwing triple after triple after triple himself, but really a solid performance. I think 5 mark, 5 mark, 7 mark. But there you go. Carlos Martinez Ruiz gets the win, and you can see Nick giving him a bow. And a good win there. Unfortunate for Nick, but he is still in the tournament. He's just on the loser side of the bracket now. We're going to go ahead and take a quick moment here to get everything settled for our next matchup. Next matchup is going to be, according to my boots on the ground, is going to be Fernando Lopez and Smarlin Martinez Caceres. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm sure I didn't. This is why I need Frank to help me with these pronunciations. We'll be back in just a moment here. Got a few things to tweak in the background. Next matchup won't be far away, so don't go far, folks. Alrighty, folks, back with another great matchup here on our dartboard. For that little bit of delay, we just had to make sure to get that next match set, and then I had to take care of some business in the background. I promise it was work related if it makes a difference. I see a couple people say that the darts froze at the very end of that last sorry about that. Unfortunately, there is a little bit of complications just with the actual internet at the resort. Also, with the fact that I'm in Florida and this computer is more than 1,000 miles away from me right now, so do apologize. Hopefully the freezing is kept to a minimum. We're trying our best to monitor that on our end. But let's talk about what we're looking at here. You can see this gentleman right now is Fernando stepping up to the line. Fernando Lopez, that is. And then on the other side here, we have Smarland, Martinez, Caceres. Martinez come up to line here in the hat. I am so sorry. I'm trying my best to pronounce things. Remember, I just don't know how to read, let alone pronounce. But leg number one here, looking very strong in Martinez. Just for where we're at in the bracket here, winner of this matchup will play either Victor Otero, which we saw him put on quite the show, or Javier Marino Baraso. So that's going to be coming up next. You can hardly hear me over the sound of the board. That's not good. Hopefully that's better now. If not, just let me know. But yeah, this is something funky going on here with the audio. Hopefully that maybe works. I'm trying a couple different things. This is a very different system. We're actually in the process of upgrading our BullShooter Europe system. All right. Hopefully that's a little bit better, folks. Trying my best to get that sorted out. So I appreciate you guys keep me informed in the comments. Again, a little hard to do our streaming here across the pond and then some. So hopefully that's a little bit better adjusted. If not, just keep letting me know. We'll keep kind of tweaking in the background here, try to find that right audio level to get everything balanced out. But I appreciate you guys wanting to hear my voice. Makes me feel flattered nonetheless, as right now, Smarland Martinez going ahead and doing some damage on the dartboard, finds the trip 15 and looking likely for a 2-0 win. Yeah, the real secret is to try to get out there next year and be out there in person, because we want to make some upgrades to the streaming computers. That's a great 5-bull round there from Fernando Lopez. Yeah, this is actually currently using our old streaming software. I'm not as familiar using it either, so that's why you kind of see some errors on it that you wouldn't normally see. But I'm just happy to be able to bring you guys the show. Appreciate you guys helping me out. You guys are my right-hand men and women in the chat helping me out with these issues, as we're a team here, folks. Trying to support these great players, as Smarland Martinez is a 2-0 lead now in this matchup. Fernando Lopez wants nothing but to throw this first round of the board. He wants none of this nonsense. He wants redemption. If you're this far into the bracket on the winner's side, you know you have more than a 2-8 in your system. How is he going to start it off here? You can see him recomposing, recollecting. See that head shake, though. Very frustrated. Hits just the 4 and a big eye roll to match. You see a little bit of a short arm there from Smarland. It has like almost like a double clutch, triple clutch action. And then it's only double on the last two. And you can see that dart, when he releases, he kind of like gives a little bit of a lunge with it, trying to find that exact release point. Taking a look, this is an aggressive play here from Fernando. And under the wire on the 20, looks like a good line, just doesn't quite collect. Fernando can go ahead and get himself settled into place here. Trying to get that first leg on the board is all you really need to do. We've seen with Marty earlier, he had an opportunity after getting settled in to almost all the way back to a last leg decider. Fell just shy in what was a great matchup to get things going for the start of our coverage. Some frustrations there. Smarlin's starts has evaded him. 2 18s and then a trip 20 should be the shot. That was the attempt. Does drop that last dart just below that wire. I still think Smarlin has such an interesting action here. So he kind of brings it up, pushes it all the way out, and does like a double clutch up front before bringing it back. You can see he kind of like, is that a little spin of the dart at the back end of his throw, or maybe a little tensing of the fingers? You can see that flight kind of shift position right as it's at the end of his drawback. Very interesting. Oh, but this is a great shot. Beautiful 7 mark there from Fernando Lopez. Looking very likely to at least get this leg on the board. Just a little, I want to say gitchy with the throw. You can see there's a little bit of a jump to it. I don't know exactly where to put the pin on that, but it's a very unique action. Fernando, on the other hand, just a bit of a quick motion. He kind of brings it back and kind of almost like flings it forward. But overall, not as much movement. His throw a little bit simpler. It just is a very fast movement on his follow through. Four 15s, but 25 points is all that separates them, meaning those 15 should be under attack. Needs to stay up for another if he wants to add another bull. He does do so and finds a trip. There's a good shot selection. It made it 45 points, so adds 1 bull. Closes the 15s and saved himself an extra dart in case he needed 2 at it. And then goes back there, trips on the last to now make it 3 to close and then 5 to get up. 8 bulls all day needed for Smarlin. Leaves it at 6. I don't like that just because I would never count on a 6 bull shot unless I had to. But it shouldn't even come into play. As it does not come into play, Fernando Lopez does get a leg on the board. Do appreciate we have a couple hundred of you guys tuning in across all of our different platforms. It's my honor to be your background ASMR while you're doing your work day, or if you're watching from Spain, while you're enjoying your evening, watching your friends. I'll say it's about a 6-hour time difference, so it should be around 9 or 10 o'clock around there. This is an opening here. Smarlin Martinez finds the trip 19. Is he going to continue pushing on? He is. Finds the 18. This is a big moment. Finds a nice 7 mark there. He really wanted that last start to collect, which I don't blame him. But he was able to take out his opponent's number, get himself a second house, and started a policy on the 17s. Really good to see from the man up 2-1. If you're Fernando, you're thinking, man, I need to start throwing the book at him because those first two legs, Fernando was just a little bit too cold. Needed a couple more warm-up darts or a couple more pieces of liquid encouragement. 217s, and then should go back up to trip upstairs in this last. You don't want to play this too aggressive. That's exactly what happens. Finds a beautiful trip 20 and holds that fall through out there. Very picturesque in nature. Now this should be the moment here to seal the match. That was the opening there from Fernando, and Fernando knows it. Smarlin sees it. And look at that coffin shot there. Beautiful 8 mark from Smarlin Martinez. Kind of giving him some stuff there, it seems. Maybe telling him to go ahead and just punch in the last bull. There was a triple bull. You felt like he would have hit it there. You can see they're just having a little bit of a laugh. 1 bull needed. And there you go. That's a win there. So coming up next on our stream board, Juan Luis Lopez Palasio taking on Samuel Bakun in that next round here. This is another top 8 winner side matchup, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, let's just take a look here. Yeah, that is going to be it to play Carlos Ruiz, who we saw play Nick West in that next round. And that should, at this point, we're getting close to rounding out our top 8 coverage into our top 4 coming up next. So should be pretty good. We're moving along pretty quick and having a lot of fun covering every bit of the action here. Hope you guys have been enjoying it. Let me know what you think. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am, because this is a cool opportunity to be able to see these players. Alrighty, folks, we'll be back in just a moment's time. Don't go far, folks. Next match, Samuel and Juan up next. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here at BullShooter Europe 2025. My name is Nick Teixeira. We got a great matchup here. Another top 8 Wonder Side matchup. Samuel Bakun taking on Juan Luis Lopez Palasio. So I'm looking forward to seeing this one, to see who continues to stay on the winner side of the bracket here, as this should be a good one through and through. I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup. This is Samuel stepping up to the line right here. It should be good to see who continues to fight along on the winner side of the bracket. It's been quite the battle so far we've seen from all of our different competitors. So let's know, who are you cheering for? Who do you want to see? Especially with our pro bracket winding down on the top side, that is. There's some great stuff to be seen here. Some great moments have already been had here as well. We've seen some back-to-back 9 marks and then some. Winner of this matchup, by the way, will take on, if I'm not mistaken, taking a quick look here, Carlos Ruiz in that next round. So got a tough opponent ahead of you, with you putting on quite the performance against Nick West. What do these guys have in store for us here? See a couple of our international friends tuning in. Jaro, Rafa Mesa, Pete Lopez, Karen, last and middle name I can't pronounce, Taz in here as well. Appreciate each and every one of you. Welcome in, everybody. Interesting moment in this leg. Needed to find a couple trips on the 16. That's a 1-point lead with the 4 mark. A risky shot at the 17 might be in order, and it is, but it doesn't go. John been asking if there's any American players there. Absolutely. We just saw Nick West on the live stream, unfortunately taking L. Let's see if there's anybody left on the bottom side of the bracket. Brandon Kesler still fighting along in that 17th through 24th place matchup. Marty out of the event, by the way, in the top 24. Got knocked down by Bjorn. David Ruiz also knocked out as well. Nick West still sitting in the loser side. Fortunately, it looks like a couple of the other North American friends, I know George Daniels in the bracket and a few others, are knocked out. So still got Brandon Kesler and Nick West in the tournament on the loser side of the bracket. Push to the Bulls. Not much that Samuel can do here. Sam I am trying to hit all the green eggs in the ham. Does find 4 on the Bulls. But not enough to stop the onslaught here. Juan Luis Lopez just needs 3 Bulls. Grabs a trip for the insurance policy. And another. He's leaving nothing to doubt here. All right, 3 in the bed. He hit the 200-point limits. Very interesting, but really wants to make sure that there's nothing that can be done about this leg. First bull is found. Needed to find 6 to bring it down to a 50-point deficit. So still down 150 points. Should be as clear of a shot as any at the Bulls with no game shot available for the opponent. Finds 1. Finds 2, and another bull for leg number 1. Does go. Juan Luis Lopez does find it for 1-0 lead in 5.86. So some comments in here kind of giving a little bit of trash talk to some of the players, saying, oh, is this pro level? Is this the top end? Blah, 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 blah. Well, let me tell you, we've seen some great matchups. Despite some low legs at times from opponents, what we have seen at that very first matchup that we got with Victor and Martin was certainly incredible. And Carlos and Nick had their moments as well. So some really cool moments to see. There's still a great bracket continuing to develop, because this is the first event of a long weekend. You want to get the win. You want to do well. Make sure your form's good for the rest of the weekend. And Juan Luis taking advantage of the missed opportunity. You can see Samuel kind of looking disgusted at himself for leaving that chance. Maybe rightfully so, but can't think about it too long. There's still a lot of leg left. You don't want to go down 2-0. It's been a death sentence so far from what we've seen. Good 7 is found there. This is some great pressure darts that are being put on to Samuel right now. Samuel just needs to figure out a way to stay focused, stay calm, stay cool, and stay collected. When your opponent's throwing absolute heaters against you, though, it's not much you can do. Except acknowledge the fact that Nick West is just watching you guys while having a sip of a foamy beverage. Grabs the 18s. No reason to point with that significant point lead, 122 points. Right now, we have 300 plus of you guys in chat. Hit us with an emoji. Hit us with the wave emoji right now. Hit us with the wave. Let me know you're there. We want to see your support. The players want to hear your support as well. Excuse me. Still control from Juan, not really letting up at all. Great performance from him so far. Samuel just having troubles getting going at the start of legs. Give himself a lot of work to do. Oh, there's everybody in chat. There you guys are. You guys are awake. We got Mike, Garrett, Keith, Daniel, Chuck, Catherine, Deanna. Appreciate everyone. Cody McGraw in there as well. Quick Draw McGraw. Dusty Porter. Appreciate all you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for showing you're awake. Feel free to hang out and keep relaxing. A reminder, because I keep seeing these links go around, this stream's free to watch. Do you click on something that asks for your credit card info? Don't do it. This is about to be 2-0 lead in this top 8 matchup for Juan Luis Lopez. And what's been a deficit so far, we've seen 2-0 deficits get turned into last leg deciders, but we've always seen the person that started that lead maintain it, and that's a 6.19. You gotta think you gotta throw pretty big and pretty strong here if you're Samuel, knowing what your opponent can do and seeing that him produce those results. It's always those pesky rubber mats in that finals board area that can bring out the best or the worst in your dart game. About finding the best right now, and Samuel does find a 7 to get things started in leg number 3. Chrysler saying a big hello from Norway. Well, a big hello from Florida. That's where I am right now. Appreciate you tuning in and hanging out, as that's a 9 to get things started. 3 in the bed there for Juan, who finds all that he needs in that moment. 34-point difference between these players. If you're Samuel, you're thinking, man, I just found a 7. I feel like I'm starting to get comfortable in this matchup. And then all of a sudden, he hits a big shot out of nowhere. I say out of nowhere. It's not out of nowhere. He just shot a 6. But this is absolute pressure. Only a single. This is a moment early for Juan Luis Lopez to go ahead and lock this one away. Tasha and Cass giving us some waves. Hello. Paul Rogers saying hello, Nick. Well, hello, Paul. Great to see you. Oh, another big 7 mark. Samuel is just kind of looking a little defeated at the moment. You can kind of see it just by his reactions to what his opponent's doing, but to what he is not doing as well. He knows what he can do. If you're this deep on the winner's side, you know for a fact that you can make some action happen, and unfortunately just not producing the results in this moment. You can see some of the crowd looking in disbelief. Yvonne saying big hello from Salou. Well, welcome in. Hello. Reno giving us some love. Lisa saying hi from Denmark. Hello, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting us here with BullShooter Europe and our live stream of the European Championship. I love when these crowds continue to build behind these matches as they go on. Love the players getting the support here as well. Finds a double 17. Good mark for the trip. And does take advantage of it. That's a great shot there. And pretty much locking this for a 3-0 win, our first 3-0 win that we've seen on our stream board yet. Dart Hub asking, what's the venue? This is going to be at the Hotel Best Cap Salou in Spain. Paul Rogerson, got to give love to my favorite commentator. You're just saying that because, well, we know Jen Mounts is not on the mic. But I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Two bulls away. Trying to find an angle in the bull. He's up 4 numbers, so he knows there's no reason to point in this scenario. Grabs one bull on the last. One bull away from that 3-0 win to move on to the top 4. And Juan Luis Lopez will be going on to play Carlos Ruiz in that next round top 4 winner's side matchup. Still waiting on the results here for Javier and Victor in their matchup as well. Winner of that one will go on to play Marlon Martinez. Still, he's having a laugh. He's so frustrated that it took him that many darts to close it out. And even Samuel kind of having a laugh, saying, hey, better late than never. But let me tell you, he brought his average down there at the end. It was another 6+ performance leg up until those last 6 darts there, as there wasn't much pressure on the bull. Samuel knows that he needs to do more, and he's going to try his best to do more, as he's still fighting along on the loser's side of the bracket here. Have a couple good matches coming up your way next. Looking forward to seeing how that one will work out. Again, we should be getting some of those top 4 matchups coming up. Get a good look at all these different great matches. Actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken here, let's see. We can kind of get a look. It's not the ideal angle here, but this should be that other top match that we're looking at here. That's Victor 7th to the line. It looks like he's dominating in this leg. No, it's not the ideal view, but it's a little bit of a side view. I think we might have just only caught the tail end of that too. Let's see, based off the reactions here, where they're at in this matchup. 2-1 advantage right now. So currently 2-1 advantage. That is going to be for Victor Otero over Javier Baraso. See if I can get some audio on this one as well. Know if we have audio for the sideboard here, but let's go ahead and get back into it here. Victor trying to get a 3-1 win. He's up 2-1 in this matchup to move on to the top 4. Finds a good 6 mark on those 19s. A good answer right back. Next match, by the way, will be that Juan Luis Lopez taking on Carlos Ruiz on our main board here, but we're going to cover the sideboard action. And that's a solid shot under some pressure. Good find. Forces a 6 mark here. Needs to work into that trip 17. Does do so. Should take a shot to 18 on this last. Does do so and finds it. That's a big shot right there and a huge 7 on the collect. Victor Otero pushed to the 16s now. He did gain a little bit of ground overall in that interaction. He's down a single mark. Probably going to stay for the 3 in the bed. Does do so. Looks like he didn't have a lot of space left. It's a hard angle. A solid 5 in response, but now we got a little bit of a battle. Leaves a potential 9 mark on the table for Victor. You can see he kind of just brings that dart right back, straight line, keeps that dart fairly level. This is a big dart right here. Trip 17 would be massive. Oh, but he pulls it to the right, and you can see the reaction. Heather's saying 16s are the devil. Well, I don't think Victor agrees, unless he's down in Georgia, because he's hitting him. There, the point lead regained. Just needed to hit 2 big singles on the 16. Again, that's another error right there, because he kind of saw that second dart was so quick and dropped. It is so interesting though, because he has the dart kind of straight. It looks like he kind of tilts the dart out when he rolls the dart back at the very end of his throw. You kind of see that flight spin. He gets pulled back, but it looks like it straightens back out after. There's the 16's gone. There's the trip 17. And look at that reaction. He thought the 15s were going as well. Victor, not much he can do. He's fought really well in his leg, but it's looking more and more likely that we're getting a last leg decider. Grabs the 15s, back to the 17s for good measure, onto the Bulls. We are now set for a last leg decider. There shouldn't be anything changing. Javier doing a great job of fighting in this leg. Victor did really well as well, but you can see a little bit of frustration starting to show. He had a couple of shots for a big 9 that just ended up being big 6s. And that's what he's going to be thinking about a little bit, but you can't think about it for long. There's the bull on the board, 5.73, and now they're moving on to the diddle for this last leg decider. Oh, it's on the bull, but not a great spot. And look at that, finds a double. Victor will get the start here in this last leg decider. Let us know who you cheering for, Victor or Javier in this one. Karen saying "Raining Hard in Hillsboro." That sounds like a really great album name. I don't know. There's something about that that's like an absolute banger. Jacob in the chat saying the Scotty Miller School Darts, same non-follow through. I have to kind of look for that, but yeah, Scotty Miller notorious for not following through and falling down, as we saw there as he tried to suplex a German and suplex himself instead. And Heather Fuller saying, "What state is this in?" It's not in any state. This is over in Salou, Spain, for our BullShooter Europe finals. I can see what you're talking about there with Victor. So you can see he actually does pull back that dart. I like the eye line. But you can see he short arms at the top of that throw. His arm either goes off to the side or goes straight down. It's not a very firm fall through. And fall through helps. It's not always a strong requirement. But you have to know your exact release point if you're not going to fall through fully. You can kind of see that even a little bit here. You can see that with both these players. Javier, you can see that little gitchiness in his own throw. He does that leg kick to kind of help him release that dart. Trying to grab a number, get a playground on the board. Was able to sneak that dart into the bottom right corner. Impressive dart. And does swing the 19. Victor takes a risky dart and collects. Javier now pushed over to 18s. Single 18 ties the score. Tripp gets the point lead back and hits a 9 right back. Look at that reaction right there. Beautiful darts, beautiful find. And now Victor is going to have to answer right back, looking for a 9 of his own. He's going to have to move over. Yeah, he's moving over to the left side of the Aki to try to throw into that Tripp. Try to throw right at that barrel and hope it kicks in. Kicks down. You see that dart did hit that barrel pretty square on. Is able to use it as a backboard for the last dart. But since he's down in points, he's leaving the fate and control of Javier to be able to potentially win this leg. Despite being 2-1 down. Got one leg. Oh, and this is a good moment. Goes back to 18s. He's living and dying on every dart, but right now he's living his best life. Still able to try to find this leg. Still trying to make something happen. A 5 there just doesn't feel like enough. You see his reaction, 28-point difference between these two players. Javier to go ahead and push this one to the Bulls. At 28, you probably just start for 315s. There's 1. There's 2 and 3. A single doesn't add a bull, but a Tripp does. You can see that's why he kind of had that reaction there. 46-point difference. If you hit 3 bulls, you can shoot that 18. But otherwise, you're going to be stuck to the bulls, in my opinion. He's going for the close. It would leave him 5 bulls if it takes him all 3 darts to close. He does close in 2. Needs to find a bull here. Does do so. Leaves it 4-3. 3 bulls from Javier, though. This is a big moment. The last leg decider to get 2 on the spin. Oh, finds a double. One more bull. Does get there. Look at that reaction. He wanted every bit of that dart, and he found it. 6.21 collected in the right moments. And he's giving some love to his opponents in what was a great matchup there between those competitors. Getting back over to our main stage board over here. You can see them kind of having some chats, but these players aren't going to take too long over here. As you can see, we got Juan Luis Lopez Palasio taking on Carlos Martinez Ruiz in this matchup of some tall drinks of water. Let me tell you that much. Nick West still out there supervising the stream area. What a kind gentleman he is for doing that. And what kind of chat you guys are for hanging out and tuning in to give these players the love and support that they deserve. They're just getting their last few warm-up darts in here, and they'll be off to the races once again. This is our first top 4 matchup, so this is going to be a pretty big moment in this bracket because you want to get this win. You want to get that first place prize. If you're this deep on the winner side, you expect to have the opportunity. Winner of this will get to that seat match, and we'll either play Javier or Smarlin in that seat match. We will see that other top 4 right after this. You can see them giving some hugs and love. I think they're about ready to get underway here. So he finds the bull, 2 holes in. I think Carlos bested by 1. So here we go, folks. This is another great matchup here in our BullShooter Europe finals. This is our cricket matchup, top 4 that we're looking at in this one. Let us know who you want to see get the win here. Scott Ward said, licked and shared. You only had to like it, but thanks for liking it too. Here we go. This is Carlos Ruiz up to the line right now. You can see the crowd building behind his players as the bracket gets deeper and deeper. What I love watching the international crowds, and I don't think we do it enough here in North America, is supporting our friends that get these deep bracket runs. I feel like there's so many times where we kind of walk off on our own or whatever. I know for a fact when I'm at a tournament to play, I won't be able to hang out 24/7 every day in every match, but I try my best. If I'm knocked out of an event or if I'm still in an event and I'm in between matches, to sit down and cheer on my friends, because I know for a fact that there's nothing worse than feeling like there's no one in your corner when there is people behind you. So always try to support your friends, sit out in that audience, and if not, right now, let them know that you're cheering them on right here in the comments. Just 2 on the 17s gives an opportunity here for Carlos. Gonna just attack the 17. I like this play, but that trip 2 is so unfortunate and still recovers well. Needed to hit that last dart. The big risk there was not closing that 17, giving your opponent a free shot, but now you have 2 numbers. Makes the shot harder. Although this is still a good shot from Juan Luis, who finds 7. Now Carlos going to be trying to get that point lead back using the 17 instead of the 18s. Classic Nick Teixeira maneuver. Good 7 mark indeed. As Charity says, I see a familiar face peeking in the crowd, Mr. Nick West. Well, currently it's actually Nick over to the east in the moment. He's not out west right now. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see him. He's still fighting along in this bracket as well. Nick West and Brandon Kesler are still on the loser side of the bracket, at least in that top 24 position last time we looked. Do an update here for our North American friends watching along. Nick West still sitting in that 9th through 12th match, waiting for an opponent. Brandon Kesler currently playing in a 13th through 16th match as well, so currently fighting along still. And a fight on the Bulls. It's a good fight on the Bulls. Finds 5. But Carlos, with some calculated points at the 17 here, should be able to make up the difference. Got to be careful. Needs at least 1 more single to add back the point lead. Finds a trip. Might stay. Yeah, I do like to stay in that given instance, because now it takes 3 bulls to get the point lead back, and you're trying to just approach the board with the point lead so you can take a swing at the bulls. There's the lead back, so now Carlos going to be back to the 17s, looking for at least 5. Charity, no, I know his name is Nick West. I was just giving you a hard time. Gotten our fair share of opportunities to commentate Nick West, including just recently in Las Vegas. Here we go. That's leg number 1 for Carlos Martinez Ruiz. On to leg number 2, Juan Luis Lopez will get the start. What is he going to be able to do with it? It was a good fat battle. Does find a 6 on the open. Carlos push to the 19s. And try to respond right back with a 6 or more. Does take the swing up on the last start. I like the play typically, but since it didn't collect, I hate it. It's a good sign of the confidence. But they're wide open rounds. Juan Luis Lopez not going to be happy with that visit. Honestly, I wouldn't even hate 2 single 20s to start off the shot. I think your main goal is to close the 20s. You try to close on the last start, and I think Carlos agrees, does do so. 1, 2, 3, nothing crazy. But it pushes for a 6 mark from your opponent. Now, he grabs the trip 18 and another. This could hurt. Finds a 3 in the bed in the 18s. I think the last start would have hurt more if it was a trip 19, but it's still a great collect to recover from the bagel the previous round. Good 7 found on the 19s to help regain some of that distance. But Carlos has tried to regain control of his own throw, who has really been starting to get taken away by Carlos. I believe it is 10 p.m. over there for our friends in Spain. Where I'm commentating in Florida, though, it's only 4 p.m. Oh, look at that big shot from Carlos. A big hero dart on the last. We also just shout out the dude in the background rocking the sickest Goku hoodie or t-shirt. What's going on there? It's Super Saiyan to the extreme. Still, Carlos, even though he hit a massive shot, is going to need to hit another one with Juan Luis playing way better in this leg. And there's a big opening, only a single 17. Might as well be a bagel. Oh, misses the double on the outside. Twice he missed it on the outside. Someone tag Mike Maloney right now, if you could, please and thank you. Carlos should not have expected this opportunity. Should be shocked that it's even in front of him. Bare minimum on the point lead regains. Finds a trip on the last. So still is able to take advantage, but not nearly as much as he would have preferred in this moment. And I say that just knowing for a fact that these players on the winning legs have to be a 5'8". Typically, you can get away with a leg in the 4 every now and again. But the winning legs that we've seen a lot of 6+ winning legs. We've seen a lot of high 5 winning legs. And at this point in the bracket, that's what you have to expect. And if you can get away with less, so be it. But you can't count on that. Good trip. Back to the 17s. I think this is a wise shot. Even though it doesn't quite collect, it's still 25-point difference, meaning it's still trip 15 needed to be able to shoot the 17s with the point lead. There's one trip 15. And there, he's down. He's deciding what he wants to do. It's 10 points. Decides to stay, does regain the point lead, but Carlos has an opportunity to get a 2-0 advantage by hitting a big shot on this turn. It's a good 3-bull grab. Puts a little bit of pressure here on Carlos, but Carlos still has the ability to win this leg. We'll see how aggressive or non-aggressive he plays this one. We've seen a little bit of both from him on the bulls. Finds bull number 1. He's going to stay. And finds a double. That's a 2-0 lead there for Carlos Martinez Ruiz. And that was only a 4-5 winning leg. A little bit of a dip for these players, but we've seen them throw way higher, and they know what needs to get done. Right now, all Juan Luis Lopez Palasio can think about is just getting a good start. Get a good start, get settled in. He's having trouble getting back-to-back solid turns. It's been all or nothing, and that's a great 7 mark on the open. Oh, still a good battle. Doesn't find the double on the last start. Those doubles have not been his friend so far. And now the point lead isn't quite regained. That last one looked like it was going to go, but instead falls just a little bit short. So 19s are gone. Should go back to 20 until you trip. Now you can move along if you want or stay. He does stay. This is a good moment here for Juan Luis. Still a fight back on the 17s, looking for all he can get. Finds a 3 in the bed, and I don't know if Heather's still here, but goes the dynamite. 3 in the bed there on the 17s. That's your one that you're getting for the day. If you weren't here, Heather, that's on you. That's Sean's phrase. He gets paid to say that. I don't. Look at this. More triples found. Finds a 6. Still another 3 in the bed needed on the 17s, and it still wouldn't be enough. But 3 in the bed at least gets you back into this leg. I like the play for the 18 because he couldn't regain the point lead. He wanted to grab an extra round. Now I do know I'm not big a fan of that shot on the 20s because you still have to get yourself within range to be able to get the points in the next turn. But it only matters if this gets punished. 18's gone. 17's gone. It's punished. And doesn't hit the last. So another 3 in the bed on 16s or 15s, but you're going to need basically 6 perfect darts to try to get out of this. Juan Luis Lopez doing really good, especially with taking advantage of his massive point lead. Thanks, Heather. I appreciate it. Sixteens are closed. On to the 15s. It does hit it there. This is going to be going to leg number 4. There's not much Juan can do to lose from this position. Carlos is going to have to just start thinking about that next leg. Try not to put too much weight on this one. His opponent just threw really, really good. And we talked about that for Juan, right? We said that he needs to start stringing together some good turns back to back. When it's good turn and then bad turn, it in turn becomes a bad turn. That makes sense? No, I didn't make sense. All right, Juan there does get that leg. 5.86. Now, Carlos with the start. This is why that 2-0 advantage is so huge. You get a chance to win the match by going first without having to diddle. Trip 20 is good. Finds another. Oh, what a shot this would be. How about a beautiful 7? He won a little bit more, but you can't fault that great shot. Oh, good find on the 20. He's all over it. That's his number at the moment. Stays up there for a 3 in the bed on the 20s. Javier calling out Jamie, saying, "Stop going in and out." Yeah, Jamie, stop it. Oh, this is some great stuff from Carlos. Taking advantage of that going first, saving some of his best starts for this leg, it seems. But Juan Luis just has not looked as strong as he did in the previous leg. If he can get that energy up, be a different story. He didn't like his flight position on the 18s, had to move to the 17s. Oh, this is such a good moment here for Carlos. Finds the trip 18 on the last, and you can see Juan's reaction there. He thinks this match is all but over. A 2-0 advantage is so hard to get over because you just have to break your opponent's throw and hold your own. Mike saying, am I in it to win it? Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you be? Let's go, Mike. Let's go, Carlos. Onto the bull. Hits the coffin lid, nearly nails it shut. 2 bulls needed on his return. And 5 bulls of action there from Juan isn't enough to stop Carlos, who's been an absolute wrecking ball in this leg, hitting everything he's aiming at. One more bull needed. One more bull found. And you can see Juan giving us some love. 6.53 absolutely is eligible to go ahead and get that one. Good stuff there indeed. Coming up next will be our other top 4 matchup. That's Javier Marino Baraso taking on Smarlin Martinez in that next match. So looking forward to seeing this one. Don't go far, folks. Next match here in just a moment. Javier and Smarlin. Be right back with more action here for BullShooter Europe. Welcome back, everybody, to the BullShooter Europe finals here in Salou, Spain. My name is Nick Sure, bringing coverage. This is a top four winner side semis matchup of Javier Baraso taking on Smarlin Caceres in this one. Looking forward to seeing this matchup take place on the dartboard. We saw Javier win an absolute thriller against Victor in that previous matchup where we got a chance to see it on the sideboard. And Marlon Martinez, I will say, kind of skated through. Fernando didn't give him as strong of a leg as I think he was expecting. He was able to kind of waltz in that match. But one bull there, one more needed. 80 points for good measure with that happy fallout. That's going to be leg number one there. And Smarlin going to need to kind of give himself a little bit of a reset going into this next leg. Didn't contest it nearly as well as he would have liked. Kind of playing from behind. You can see that crowd getting bigger and bigger back there. You can see everyone cheers in the sky. Is there anybody back there in that audience that's watching the live stream? If so, give us a wave. Chat already did it. We saw a bunch of waves earlier. Smarlin does find a 6 on the open. Yeah, you can definitely see that's a short arm dart stroke right there. See a little bit of the flick of the wrist from Javier. Does find a trip 19. Doesn't get the other. Hits a 9 mark, but the wrong numbers. Lots of trip 7s. Smarlin with an opportunity with his 20s. Does he take the swing early on these 19s? He says yes. Let's say he's going to stay. He's going to stay for all three. Look at that reaction. He threw his arm up in the air. Very frustrated because right now what that does enable is Javier to potentially have a shot at your 20s, which is something you're probably trying to avoid. Trip 17 decides to stay. 8-point difference. If I'm Smarlin, I want to get smart and I want to point up on this 20. I'm not trying to take any risks in this moment. Finds a trip. I think stay for one more. He's taking a look down and then is he going to go back up? And then moves over to 18. Yeah, I don't like that shot selection. Your first one on the 20 was in a really good spot to be able to find more. Well, it is time for the king seat here in our BullShooter Europe Pro Singles Cricket Bracket. Looking forward to seeing this great matchup for Smarlin, Martinez, Caceres going up against Carlos Martinez, Ruiz, and what should be a great matchup. Hopefully, you guys have all been enjoying the fun. I'm sorry I had to miss that last match. I had to go make sure my fish left the oven on. Had to take care of that. It was a whole thing. So I do appreciate you guys being patient with us as we get everything going, as that is going to be a 9 mark to get things started off here for Carlos. And then, of course, the man in the hat, that is Smarlin at the Aki here. But look at that great response right back with a 5 mark. Gets to close on the 19s. We've seen some great performances. Smarlin, I know I wasn't commentating that last leg, but I was kind of keeping out of the corner of my eye. Had a very solid performance. We saw him perform really well to be able to get to this point. And Carlos hitting some clutch darts against Victor earlier to get himself to this position, continuing to ride that momentum. A big 7 mark there and a 32-point lead has effectively taken the throw away here from Smarlin. Five mark there does get that 2 points back. Carlos, on the other hand, going to go ahead and just try to do what he can in the situation. He's taking an aggressive look. He didn't like the spot on the 18, I imagine. But look at that. Another big 7 mark and another big clutch shot. I know you guys in the comments have been enjoying this as well. Having some very interesting discussions. I've been trying to translate as many comments as possible. So we're just having fun talking some great games, guys. So hopefully you guys are enjoying it as well. Another good 5 mark for Smarlin, but if you're throwing 5s and your opponent's throwing 7s, I don't understand. Why is there so much politics in the chat? Did I miss some politics? Oh my goodness. Well, look at that 5 mark. And now over to the 15s. He didn't close it, so this is an outside opportunity. Fishing for a 9. Perfection to be able to take a last second sweep of this leg. That's a good spot on the first dart. Climbs up, finds a trip. What the point lead should take a look at these 18s on the last. He does, and it's only outside by 1 hole. A great swing. But doesn't matter. Single 15 and then the 18s all day. Gets the 18s first. Grabs the 15s with extra credit. Should just go ahead and go back up to 18s, but he's not wasting any time. Grabs the bull, knowing that there's no game shot available for the opponent. Great confidence starts here for Carlos in leg number 1. Three bulls there does help the cause, but only if all 3 darts miss. You never expect all 3 to miss if it's Carlos at the line. Grabs another double bull. How about that first leg? A 6.56. Not too shabby, as in rather exceptional, mind you. Smarlin didn't even throw particularly bad. 5.17. Just doesn't look as great when you're going up against someone throwing 1.5 marks above you. That's saying a lot when you're throwing over a 5. Person asking, any news on the next Florida regional dates? Thanks, fellas. Well, I can tell you, I can't announce much, but from what it's currently looking like, unofficially, if I had to guess, would be somewhere in early August. That's all I'm going to say right now. Should have a more official announcement in the next few weeks here. Currently trying to get things locked and loaded for the 40th, and we want to announce the whole tour in advance if we can. But yeah, early August is where I would look, as Carlos had to hit. Wow. What is he doing? Finds another 9. Good stuff there indeed. He is absolutely crazy on the dartboard right now. Smarlin does pop the single 20 on the last, but that's more of a begrudging dart, if anything. Carlos is known as the big one, it seems. The big one has hit a lot of big ones. Even there, it's only just 1, 2, 3 in the singles. He can't believe it. I struggle to believe it as well with how many triples he's hit. But it's still a great round. Helps the cause, and it forces a 9 out of your opponent. The 9's hit. It's massive, though. The 9 hits. It's massive. He's not even looking. He stayed. Finds a 9. 70-point lead. Good shot there from Smartland Martinez. And, of course, not going to hit 3 singles this time. Instead, makes it a 6. 38-point difference. Oh, there's the point lead back. Is he taking a swing? He does. Finds the 19s. Great shot there from Carlos. Big 7 mark, 15-point difference. Trying to get himself to another 2-0 advantage position. It's been key to success time and time again. And there, try to answer right back. Does find a 7, but wanted a 9. Keeping things close for comfort between these two. They are taking jab after jab. Who's going to take the knockout blow? Oh, it might be a self-inflicted wound. The first two were close and just kind of got stuck a little bit low. Last start, you could tell he tried to force it and dropped it real low. 218 should be the first thing on Smartland's mind. Grabs the double on the first. Back to the 17s. If he can trip it, it's massive. And he does find the trip. Good stuff from Smartland to kind of fade Carlos's amazing start to this leg. Should just be moving along to the corner pocket. 16-15. Priority is the 16 because of the X. You're trying to nullify it and does do so. Basically locking this leg away even if the 15 doesn't go. Man, what is I'm so confused in this chat right now. What is happening? What is happening? I don't even know what you guys are talking about down there. Beautiful 9 from Carlos, but it's mostly a vanity shot. Doesn't change the fact of this leg. It's going to be one apiece in this king seat match. You can see the crowd building behind, knowing what's happening on the main board over here. Smartland onto the Bulls. No, he adds a little bit more points. Doesn't want to leave anything to chance. So now a 47-point difference. So didn't actually need to find a trip to push that bull. Doesn't make too much of a difference. Only 2 bulls there, 3 darts in hand. Should be able to stay in this bull unless these first 2 miss. The first 2 miss, then you can add a single 17 or 16 to push the bull. Can grow on that dart over to the left. Does correct well. That's now a 1-to-1 matchup here for our seat match. Does get a trip on the second dart. Only a 4 mark on the open. You can see the reaction from Carlos is kind of cooling off just a little bit, knowing that Smartland might be snarling at this. Nope, that pun didn't work. I apologize, everybody. Finds the first trip 19 in a single. I want to see a look at the 20 here. He does stay down for a 7 on the 19s. We'll see if that's wise or not. First start trip 20 does get the point lead back. So if I'm Carlos here, I want to be staying for a 7 on the 20. That's what I'm thinking about right now. First start makes that a lot harder. Yeah, you can see those fights are crossed. Might have to go for the close or open up a new number. One or the other here. Let's go ahead and grab the 17s and last. I think that's a good dart. I don't mind that shot. You felt blocks on the 20. It's unfortunate, but it's kind of a must-do situation. And at least makes this shot a little bit harder for Smarlin on trying to get your number closed. So if he goes for the 1, 2, 3, it leaves you a 4 mark. Does get the close, but now can point back at the 19s. It's a good grab because now you have to trip the 17 before you can consider looking at the 19. $34 would leave you 1 point down. Does find the trip. So you're going to take the look at the 19 on this last. He does and finds it. Good shot there from Carlos. There, 7 right back from Smarlin, who has definitely improved significantly since we first saw him in his match against Fernando. I like the composure of these gentlemen, but again, we know Carlos likes to play with a little bit of emotion. He likes to have his heart on his sleeve. He likes to have the big reactions to the big shots, and he likes going for the big shots, so finds another big 7. 29-point difference. Oh, but that's a little bit unfortunate. Felt blocks on the 16s, went over to the 15s, only grabbed a close, which means a 6 mark here means Carlos can make this a 2-1 advantage in this matchup. He's going to take all 3 to close. Does get it, but the frustration's there knowing that he left a 9 mark for his opponent. And at this level, you never want to leave the 9. Not going to be a 9. It's just going to be the bare minimum. 5 was the bare minimum needed on that shot with a 3-point lead. Adds at least 1 dart to Carlos's throw, which is the positive note here if you're Smarlin. But he loves to hit those transition closes and then goes to the bull despite leaving a game shot. Hits a double. Double bull, trip 17 though from Smarlin would be a massive leg steal. This is only route to success in this leg. There's the first double. Look at Carlos's reaction. Smarlin living up the moment a little bit. There's the other double. Gets a shot here. Oh my goodness. Smarlin Martinez, trip 17 for a 2-1 lead in the match. Goes high by 1 hole. It looks good, but oh, the punishment was almost on for Carlos. Now he does just need a single 17, a single bull. But man, your heart starts to race when your opponent almost hits a shot like that. And that was, ooh, what a scare. And Smarlin almost got away with one. Link to the bracket is posted here in the comments for you folks. Go ahead and feel free to follow along. You can see all the different events. We will be covering the completion of this pro singles bracket. And if anything, though, I feel like there's at least a certain saving grace here for Smarlin, which is he was 1 hole away from winning that last leg. Starts off with a 9. You can see he's going to ride that momentum, ride that energy. There's a lot to like as far as this potentially going to a last leg decider. Carlos won that by the skin of his teeth at the tail ends. He likes to play close and aggressive. So when his opponent starts off strong, there's really kind of hard for him to come back into it. With just a 3 there, Smarlin can try to walk along the board. 18, 17, 16. There's the 18. There's the 17. Oh, doesn't get the back-to-back on the 9s, but still 5 for 6 on the triples in this leg. Vamos, Smarlin. Beautiful shots. You see frustrations there. He wanted to go ahead and steal this leg away, but it's still heavily in his favor. Carlos looking to try to bed the 15s and hope for an opportunity. There's the bet on the 15s. A beautiful 9. But it's a 58-point difference, meaning that as long as Swartland gets the point lead here, there's no major risk. Just because of that massive starting advantage. He took advantage of his start quite well. You can see frustrations. He expects every dart to be a triple right now. I can't necessarily blame him. 2-point difference means he can stay. He does stay. It's not too risky. Now, there's only 2 shots here you can do as Carlos. Carlos, you either go for 4 more on the bulls to try to get the point lead back, or you try to hit a white horse. There's nothing else you can do. He's going for 4 on the bulls. That's a very awkward first start. Makes the double really hard to see. You can see it moves well over to the left side of the Aki. And is only able to get that 1 bull that he found, and then they fall out onto the 19. This is about to go to a last leg decider here for our King Seat matchup. Unlucky deflection. You can see his reaction. It looked like it was definitely more than single 15. And unfortunately, not able to add any points to the board. Smartland, 1 bull needed to put this to a last leg decider. Here we go. They're going on to the diddle. This diddle might mean everything. Average got brought down to a 5.25 just because of some of those ending darts, but he started off so red hot. Absolutely impressive. And Carlos having some inconsistencies we weren't seeing earlier. Carlos is going to go ahead and take the dart. The big one. Looking for a big one. And just outside the double bull, is that a guide for Smarlin? Can he use it to his advantage? Oh, he definitely held that dart a little too long. You can see the uncomfortable reaction. And here we go. Carlos Martinez Ruiz will get the start in this last leg decider. And Marlon Martinez Caceres will have to go against the darts. And if I'm pronouncing that name terribly wrong, just expect it at this point. What are you doing, folks? Who are you cheering for? Carlos or Smarlin? Let us know right now. Leave a comment. And a good 7 from Carlos to get the start. But a good back and forth battle is continuing on. How about that? Another 3 in the bed. On to the 20s. Carlos finds a big 9. Smarlin going to have to return to sender right now. Oh, you know what? He did. Back-to-back 9 marks into this last leg decider for the seat. This is incredible stuff that we're seeing right now. And there, answers with a 4. The last start there, little unlucky. And there, another beautiful 9 mark. Wow, what is going on between these guys? They saved their best stuff for this last leg. It helps get some advantage, but puts pressure on Carlos to have to answer right back. Oh, you know what? Of course he did. Welcome to the King Seat matchup, folks. What is going on? And there, this is an opening. It's only a 5. It's a 6-point lead, but it's only a 5. Does he take the swing at the 18? He does, and it goes. What a great shot there from Carlos. Marlin still within range. And there might be the moment where Carlos is able to seal this leg away. Can he close the door? Can he close it? No, he can't. 90 points would leave an 8-point deficit here for Marlin, which means he's going to stay. He's looking for a 7 on these 15s. Another triple's massive. Finds 5. It still helps the cause. 23 points difference. Oh, what is happening at the end of this leg? They spent all their triples. Just a single. You see Marlin look off to the side. He feels like it's over. But Carlos hasn't punished this yet. He needs to get 2 15s in a trip. That's what he's thinking. There's 1 15. Needs to stay for another. Hits it. This last start should be a trip 17. It's a safer shot. Trip 16 is huge if you hit it, though. He does go back to the 17s. He hits a single and leaves a 9 mark. A 9 mark for Marlin to save the destiny in the steep match. So now we're never kind of shot. Never seems to be now. Needs to get this closed. You can see these darts starting to leave his hand a little funky. You can see his reaction. He knows as he throws. That trip on the last does help. Not much can be done from this situation. Taking the last stand at the bowl. Marlin almost stole a leg earlier with a double bull trip. That shot wasn't available to him this time. This last start debatably can be a trip 17 if he doesn't like the position on the bowl. He did try to shoot it. It does go high again, but he knows that because that dart didn't close, that this should be done and dusted. Carlos, to become your seat holder in the pro cricket singles bracket, first bull is found. And there's the other ones. Look at that celebration. He gets the win. Carlos gets a 3-2 win. And what was a great last leg decider. They slowed down towards those very end there. But let me tell you, that was still an incredible showing from these great talented players. Good stuff indeed. Taking a look. Looks like we have a North American up on the live stream here. You guys might know him. It's Brandon Kesler, BK, coming to the board against Javier Baraso that we saw earlier on the live stream. Looks like Nick West did get knocked out by Brandon Kesler in that 7th, 8th place position. So Brandon Kesler, the last of the North Americans. The other 5th, 6th match is going to be going on as well in the side-by-side. That's going to be Victor Otero that we saw earlier taking on Juan Luis Lopez, who we also saw. So looking forward to seeing that next matchup here in just a moment. Don't go far, folks. My name's Nick Shera, bringing coverage of BullShooter Europe Finals. More action in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, for continued coverage here of the BullShooter Europe Pro Cricket Singles. This is the fifth, sixth position matchup to get to the top four. We got Brandon Kesler, Burger King, BK coming up here against Javier Baraso, and you can see this is definitely a hometown crowd back there supporting Javier. You do got a couple of friends like Kenny Tang and Nick West and a few others in the background, of course, giving some love to their North American friends. Let's see what they got in store for us here. We see in the comment asking for the bracket link. Bracket link is posted in chat here for you. So there we go. In case you need access to it, we got it there for you. That's a good 9 mark there from Javier, pushing Brandon Kesler over. Try to grab another number to 18s, it seems. Finds the first trip 18. Finds the second. Can he answer right back? He did go for the close in the last start there. I don't mind it because he's within a trip. It's close on the 18s. That's a good shot considering he's up 110 for Javier. Just a best of 3 on the loser side bracket, folks. So it is just a best of 3. Best of 5 was on the winner side. There's a little bit of an opening for Brandon, but let's be honest. Right now, going against the Darts, he has a tall task in front of him still. And they're needed to find at least a 7. Doesn't even find the 3 to close. So another single 16 to get the close there. Finds a trip with extra credit on the assignment. Moves her to the 15s and doesn't get that done yet. But doesn't have to. Has enough of an advantage to be able to say that the first leg is going in the direction of Javier. Brandon Kesler, of course, owner of X1 Elite. Great to see him continue to do the great stuff he does over there. Did actually just pick up a set of those Taylor Thaxton darts. But there you go. Javier does go ahead and get to that leg number 1. And look at that 9 mark there to hit another great shot. Brandon Kesler, unfortunately, there's not too much he can do with how you're throwing in this form other than start throwing it himself. Needs to try to hit a big shot right back. 1 point lead. Is he going to take the swing? He does take the swing, and he does find it. Good shot there from Brandon Kesler. Keeping the dream alive and trying to slow down the machine that is Javier in this moment. Javier not missing much. Grabs the trip 17, just a single. Does at least add a dart to Brandon's throw, but you can see that look of disgust because he knows he had an opportunity to really take advantage of the jump. Brandon has a 2-point lead. Trying to stay. He didn't like that dart at all. Was able to still find a trip. Kind of a hard spot to find that last dart, but you can see the frustration knowing that he really wanted to take a swing at the 17. He couldn't until he hit at least the 4 on the 18. This could be a shot at the 18s coming up. Does he take the look? He does, and he finds it. Javier with a hero dart that's just absolutely magnificent. Brandon Kesler going to need to hit a big shot of his own. Get away with just the 7. At least a single. Not there, though. He needed at least a single on the 15. Finds the trip, but misses the close on the 17 by 1 hole. That was a great look at it. Fortunately, it doesn't go. And Javier doing a little bit of calisthenics, a little shoulder stretch, a little breath of the hand. Wants to try to put Kesler away. Oh, but he's not going to be able to do so. A trip helps him stay a little bit away from the danger. 35 points makes it a little bit harder on Brandon, but he only needs effectively a 5. Trip 15 and 2 17s. Doesn't find the trip. There it is. 25-point lead. Takes a swing and it doesn't go. Now, Brandon, this is a tough shot. He needed to find a good couple trip 15s. He needed 7, technically. He only gets 4. This is a moment now. The 17 still being opened. Javier still being able to take advantage of him. He closed the corner pockets up. He finds the trip 17. He should take the swing. He stayed there for another. And then finds the 15 on the last. Better late than never. There, BK still fights. Good 6 on those 16s, but fortunately, he has to fade some darts here from Javier, who's looking keen to move to this 4th place match right now. Not a bad turn. 54-point difference, so he does add a bull. Brand needs to hit good 2 bulls here. Maybe a follow on the 17. There's the 17. Grabs 1 bull, needs 2 to close, and then 3 to get up. So it's going to be 5 bulls needed. Javier knows that he can just hit 3 and not have to worry about that. To move on to the 4th place match. There's bull 1. And 2 and 3, Brandon Kesler is knocked out. Javier moves on. Good shot there and gets it done. Looking at who will be the opponent here for Javier, as you can see, he is celebrating that win, and he should. Absolutely, he should. He will be going on to play Juan Luis Lopez in that next round. So 4th place, 3rd place in finals. We have our route set. So 3 more matches, folks. I'm Nick Chera, bringing you continued coverage here of BullShooter Europe. We'll be back with that 3rd place or 4th place match in just a moment's time. Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth place matchup here for BullShooter Europe 2025 in Salou, Spain for the XXXI 31st. That is, looking forward to seeing this great matchup to see who goes to that third place match against Marlin. As we've obviously seen all these gentlemen before, and looking forward to seeing this. Javier looking like he's maintaining his form that he threw against Brendan Kesler in that 5th-6 matchup. So let's know who you're cheering for. I will say, if you're watching over on the North American BullShooter page, I don't know what's going on with Facebook today, but it seems like we're getting some bots in here saying some crazy stuff in the comments. So if you see any weird comments, don't be afraid to flag and be like, hey, what's that guy talking about over there? And we'll try our best to make sure we're moderating the chat. Do appreciate each and every one of you guys. Over 400 of us tuning in across all of our different platforms we're live on today. And it means a lot to have each and every one of you here with us on the mic and in the chats. Kenny B saying, I like their gameplay. Quote, say no to the fist bump as Javier does get leg number 1. Ban the bump, as they say. I actually got a ban the bump pin gifted to me while I was over in Las Vegas. The amount of random stuff people have been giving me lately is very much appreciated, but never expected. And so I got like a ban the bump pin. I got a El Paso shirt there from Frankie Z. I got some some stuff from Flashpoint guys. I love getting all the hookup and swag. Definitely really cool. Mike Smith saying, yeah, I think it was USA politics, not darts. Yeah, at first I was like, maybe these are just some really mistranslated comments. And then I looked, I was like, nope, these are definitely some bots in here. Not sure what that's about. So normally not the normal chat culture here. Seems like Facebook might just be having some issues or some robots out there taking over. So if you see anything weird, we'll try our best to flag it. We're here to talk about darts, folks. Now, of course, we did see this from Juan Luis Lopez in his previous matchups. It's been all or nothing for him. When we see him hit, he hits a 9 or he hits a 3, it feels like. And that's kind of been the make and break moments. When he hits his 9s at the right time, it might just be enough to go ahead and get the dubski. But there's a lot of moments where he kind of falls short a little bit. He needs to focus on collecting up on those rounds. Well outside on that double. Didn't look like it was quite in the right margins. They're trying to get the aggressive close at the 20. I like the shot. Unfortunately, doesn't collect for Javier. This gives a moment. Those doubles are not working out right now for Juan. He's been going at them the whole time, but he's having too many darts go outside for it to have to be worth it at this point. Very questionable. Right now, single 20 and 4 18s, a 5 mark in total on the turn would be massive. No matter what, the 20 should go in this turn. Finds the 18, should stay. See, I don't like closing the 20 in the second. You're almost always going to hit that single. Don't make yourself go back and forth when you don't have to. But it doesn't matter if you hit what you're aiming at. A great 7 mark there. Javier putting himself in great position. A 9 mark is still left here for Juan Luis. Need that dart to be a trip. 20 points down. Has to stay. Still down 4. Javier taking a look at his darts, taking a deep breath, trying to stay collected. Trip 18's found. Trip 16's found. Over to the 15s. Finds that 9 and gives some celebration with it for potential 2-0 win. Juan Luis has to sit back and watch in this 4th place match. Boom goes the dynamite. There you go. Only because Heather's here, for the record. It's really Sean's catchphrase. Good 4 bulls there, but it's 4 bulls for knots. And there just continues to try to secure this win. Don't want to leave anything to chance at this point. You know that you just have to get through the third place in the finals to get things finished up. Double bull needed to push the darts a little bit longer. There's the double bull found. It's a great shot. It's a 13-point lead, though. So double bull and some points will make the difference. Has to still secure it, though. Has to secure it. Does find the trip. He might just stay. Yeah, he had a feeling he was going to stay just because of the match place it is. You're not here to make friends. You have friends before and after, but during, that's the time where you get to show your stuff. Now, this could still be interesting, but another double bulls need on this last dart. This time not found. 3 darts clear for 2 bulls for Javier Baraso to be able to move on to that third place match. And does get it there. Sigh of relief. Juan Luis Lopez Palasio does get knocked out here. And Javier does move on to that third place match. So here we go. We'll get set up for that third place match in just a moment's time, folks. Remember, if you see crazy comments, ignore them or report them, and we'll be back in just a moment's time for that that third place match and then the finals. Here we are for the third place match here in BullShooter Europe for the Pro Cricket Singles. This is Martinez, Caceres, Martinez C. Sub up to line as I am done trying to mispronounce things for the 15th cajillion time. Javier Baraso going up at the line as well. Javier's been on a hot streak. Smarlin losing in a last leg decider in the king seat. Who will go to the finals? Their good last start from Smarlin does find the trip 20. See more and more chairs pulling up as people stay to watch the finals. See Marty still hanging out as well. And a good 7. Javier's had a lot of momentum in his favor, it seems. Smarlin, let's see how he spent his break. It wasn't terribly long. So he shouldn't be too far off. You can sometimes have those sits that really hurt you. But ever since his match with Fernando, he's absolutely picked up his game. He only fell short in that last leg decider. If you can pick up a little bit of energy and try to slow down the momentum, Javier, he will be golden. This is going to be one of those moments. That's a huge opening. Smarlin, I closed the 19s here, and frankly, I'm trying to play some mean darts right now. I'm closing the 19. If I can do it in the first start, I go close more numbers. Otherwise, I'm pointing. Close on the first. He's 70-point lead. So yeah, now the close makes sense on the 18s here. Only an X. Now, Javier, do you contest it or not? You can block the 18, and a lot of players have this trouble, but especially when you're looking at the high end, right? If you close those 18s, you made that 2 mark effectively not impactful for your opponent. And otherwise, if you don't leave it open, which unfortunately Javier tried to not leave it open, but did do so, it makes their job so much easier as far as getting another number and getting points on the board. So you have to try to block if your opponent leaves an X on a number, if it's at a time where it makes sense for you to punish the X. In this case, though, just didn't work out for Javier. 2 numbers up, 70-point difference, but just a 1 mark on the turn. This is slowed down to a crawl. Javier feeling frustrated, knowing that right now, if he was playing how he did in the last match, there wouldn't be any question about what's happening here, and vice versa. Smarlin knowing that he played significantly better in that seat match. Who's going to wake up first? Good spot in the 17, because he can stack those darts just like he did. Does do so. A beautiful grouping and a 3 in the bed on the 17s. Well, good morning, Javier. Welcome back and waking up there. Can he follow with more success on the 17s? He still has a lot of work to do. 7 helps. Does find a 7. 31-point difference. Eric Brandy, or Bandy asking any American players at this event. There is none left in this event. Brandon Kesler was the farthest, finishing at the 5th, 6th. And then you had Nick West that was knocked out in the round before by Brandon Kesler in 7th, 8th. There's also George Daniels and a few others out there as well. You'll see a lot of them, including when we get to the Nations event later on. Good 9 mark there, though, from Smarlin. Smarlin looking likely to get this first leg on the board. Javier going to just try to continue to mount the defense. This time moving all around the board. All right, it's an insane 8 mark, but is it going to matter? All Smarlin has to do is follow with a 6. A trip 15, trip 16, and you have massive advantage going into the Bulls. It's a big gambit from Javier. Gambit that might not pay off. 1 triple on the 16 needed. 1 triple on the 16 found. Can go into the Bulls or can pad some points. But how about that? A beautiful 7. Bravo. That was some beautiful darts. There you go. Look at that from Smarlin. A great first leg on the board. Definitely woke back up. A 5.52. Great average there. We've seen so many 6+ today. Both of these players were in the 5s. They both slowed down at the same moment, and they both sped up at the same moment. If you're Javier, that's frustrating because you were down, woke up first, but gave yourself just a little too much work to do. He's going to have to be a little bit more consistent in this leg and in this moment. This is to get to the finals. Javier wants to send this to a last leg decider. Smarlin wants his rematch of the seat. Look at that. Starts off with a 9. Javier definitely course correcting. This is some good stuff from these gentlemen. I remember the pro singles bracket last year. Well, let me rephrase. I don't remember much from BullShooter Europe last year because even though I was remote, I was sick as a dog while commentating, and I could tell you I was having a fever. But from what I do recall, I don't recall this many high octane cricket moments. I feel like we really have seen a very high ceiling from our players over here for BullShooter Europe. Not that I didn't expect that, but I'm just happy to have it visualized right in front of us. And how about that? A white horse. Beautiful shot there from Javier. 9 follows a 9. What a great shot. Push over to the 15s. This is almost guaranteed to be a last leg decider. 4 numbers and points down. You might not even be able to see that trip 15. Trip 15, double bull is the shot. Javier. What a moment this would be. Still is an incredible moment. You blew it. But he's still going to continue fighting along. Does find the trip. Moves on to a single bull. A near perfect leg is still incoming. 2 bulls away for a 1-1 and a blink and you miss it. Game number 2. This best of 3 format on the loser side can be brutal. Javier continues to try to stay collected. Continues to push along. Continues to find success. Beautiful 7.5 lick right there. 1-1. On to the diddle, and this is the most important moment of this match right here, debatably. Who will get the start in this last leg decider? Javier to show first, and he pulls it outside and left. Smarlin did the same thing in the seat match. This is his moment for redemption. And he does get it. So Smarlin will have the start. It's been chalk so far with going first. Here we go. Last leg decider, folks. Smarlin to get the start. What is he going to do with it? We saw Javier start the last leg with a 9. Smarlin saying, I liked what he was cooking. But only hits a 7. Still a great opening onslaught from the talented players we're seeing on our dartboard. These guys have been putting on a show for us. Make sure to put on a show for them in the comments. Who's here right now? Leave a comment. Unless it's a weird political robot. Then don't leave a comment. But everyone else, leave a comment. This is a little bit of an interesting moment. We've seen a similar crawl in leg number 1. Finds a 5, but you can see the frustration there. Smarlin gets a chance. It's 47 points of difference. First start doesn't go. It's actually going to be risky to stay in close because now he's taking all 3. He's pot committed. And this leaves a shot for his opponent for a 9. That's why he's frustrated. You can see that reaction. Normally he would close in those first two. Javier takes a deep breath. He knows trip 18, trip 18, trip 20. It's a debatably must-hit shot. Good marker for the trip. You can see he's able to follow it. Can he get another one in there? He does just go ahead and swing the 20 there. An aggressive shot. Big close and a 29-point difference. Marlin now getting asked the question, can you hit a 6? Now up to the 18s. You see the audience calling for it in the back. That's a marker. I think this is a stay. It's risky to stay, but it looks like it could glide right in. He moves over to the double. Doesn't matter if it's a marker and still hits the 6. And now leaves a 9 mark once again. But only if it's hit does it matter. Javier onto the 15s. Finds the first trip, but that's an awkward position. And you can see why it kicks the dart straight out. He needed to move over. I'm surprised he stayed for the third after the gnarly deflection on the second. That might be the costly error there for Baraso, who might be leaving this in the third place. Marlin finds the trip 15. 14-point difference. Can add a bull. He adds some bulls onto the bullseye. Good shot there and a big 7. Marlin Martinez is doing nothing but just absolutely destroying the dartboard, and Javier having some heartbreak. It seems like he might be running out of gas here towards the very, very end of what has been a great 5th, 6th, and 4th place match for him. Trying to hold on to hope. Grabs the 16 just in case. Would leave him with an outside game shot. 2 bulls needed. Marlin to go back to the finals and get a rematch from the king seat. Does do so there. A wonderful leg, and you can see them giving some love, giving some respect to each other. Absolutely incredible stuff. I love to see every bit of it. Great stuff indeed. And now we're moving on to the finals, folks. We got one match left of our day 1 of coverage here for BullShooter Europe. Taking a look at our bracket here. The bracket link, we'll go ahead and post that again in chat in case you want to follow along. But Carlos Martinez Ruiz, who put on such a good show in that C match, and it came down to a last leg decider, will get his rematch against Marlin. We have one more to go. Do we want Marlin? Do we want Carlos? Let us know in the comments right now, folks. Funkbone giving some love. Appreciate you, Funkbone. Sergio giving some love to Javi. Eric is doing his job saying comment. And Charles saying hello, great job. Heather saying I'm here in AZ. Appreciate each and every one of you for giving your love and support. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this. This shouldn't take too long. We're going to go ahead and get those players over to the board, and we'll be back in just a moment for the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time here for the finals of the Pro Cricket Singles. This is exactly what we want to see, a rematch of that seat match. Carlos Martinez Ruiz and Smarlin Martinez C going up against each other on the dartboard. They're just doing their last few warm-ups. We're excited to see them on the dartboard once again for a best of 5. And then, if Smarlin gets the win, it'll go to a second deciding set, best of 5. In the meantime, here, while they get the last couple darts in, and it looks like they are just about ready to go, I did see a question in here from Eric in the chat, as it looks like they are ready to diddle. See how this goes real quick, and I'll answer your question, Eric. Great diddle there from Smarlin. Finds the double bull. But Carlos not able to best it, so he is going to have to go second here, but it's best of 5, so a little bit more distance, not as much pressure. It was that last league decider diddle where Carlos was able to lock in the win over Smarlin, it felt. Now, Eric's question here said, aside from if a dart is blocking a number, if you're coaching on someone on how to be a great shooter, would you tell them to stand in one spot or for all the numbers or move around? Let me tell you, this is the best. There's a lot of pieces of advice. The best way to approach this is I like to make sure, and there's different players that like the different spots, but I like to line up my shoulder to the bull, or maybe just to the right of the bull, depending on how I'm feeling with my throw. So I will go up to the board. I will line up my shoulder to point right at that bullseye, and from there we'll be able to select my targets based off my arms follow through. I will move if I have a blocker dart, and you've heard me probably say that a few times. Where if there's a dart in the awkward angle, you should move. But that being said, the average case, the average time I'm playing, I will always say stay in the same spot. That's one less variable you have to worry about with your own dart throw. And there's plenty of other things that you can worry about. But there's no reason to have a spot where I stand here when I'm shooting 16s and I should stand here when I'm shooting 18s, right? You're just adding extra stuff for you to think about in a game that's so mentally heavy and taxing. Now back to the match here. Looking at what we have going on, Smarlin does get the early jump, but only a 4-point lead, giving Carlos a little time to get settled in. He did have to sit a little bit from that seat match, but not too long. I think he had to sit about 1 hour, give or take, a little bit longer than that. So not a terribly long sit. So it's about using your break effectively. He gets a shot at the 20 here. You can see that dart dragged right on down. Still finds a good 7 mark nonetheless. Smarlin had a little bit of a sit before that third place match, but didn't stop him from putting on some of his best starts of the day in that last leg decider. Oh, he's taking a look. And he's so frustrated. He has hit so many of these 7 marks where one holds that last dart. He keeps pointing for it. He keeps looking for that big celebration moment. It just hasn't quite converted yet. And they're just the 1, 2, 3 with the 2, 3 being the punch. Interesting shot here. It does put a little bit of pressure for the 5. I start trip 18, and then here I go for 2 17s. And that's what he's going to be forced to do. Now, what that did do is at least help downgrade that 20 number. But the problem is that there's not really a great way to give yourself an opportunity in this turn to have the point lead and get the closing shot. Down 8 points. Stays for a 3 in the bed. Still a great shot from Carlos Martinez Ruiz. Gets the point lead regained and then adds onto it. Good 7 mark in response. Back and forth battle. This is going to be a great final if it stays at a pace like this. Six on the 16s helps the cause get the 10-point lead back. Smarlin, he likes to play a little aggressive, but he needs to have a shot that enables him to take the swing. Like there, I stay for another. And now it's a little bit more debatable. He looks like he is swinging and does collect. Beautiful 7 from Smarlin. Trip 15 does find the first awkward spot on the top side. You can see he doesn't like the spot, which is why he took that look there. Unfortunately, just doesn't collect one hole high on the 18. Means that Smartland should be able to take leg number 1 and hold his throw as long as he gets a good collect here. There's the trip 15. Back to 18. Smart darts. Carlos, not much you can do. Does hit a double 18 for the fans. Man, we talk about Maloney doubles so much over here in the stateside. Let me tell you, doubles are just getting popular in 15-inch cricket, it seems. There's been so many different players today that have been shooting the doubles pretty consistently. And look at that. Smartland does get leg number 1. It's 2 legs away from sending this to another set. But it's just to hold a throw. It's a 5.61. It's a great performance against a 5.86. So great standard from both these gentlemen. We've seen it. We've seen the standard have to be high 5s, low 6s. We've seen a 7.5 today as well. Good 5 on the 20s. Smartland does find the 19s, hits 6, and goes up to the 20s, hits a 9. Smartland hits the big shot. At least a single, finds a triple. Can he return the sender? He can't. Goes high, and you can see the look on his face. He felt like he let that one go a little high. And another big shot. Smartland, I'm going to be transparent here. When we saw him play that first top 8 match against Fernando, I was like, oh, it's kind of underwhelming. And in fact, there were some comments that were like, oh, really, these guys are on the pro side. But he kind of scraped by in a match that wasn't being pressed too hard, and then has proceeded to play like a champ ever since. Carlos has been the only man to keep up with this pace. Javier fell short in their 3rd place match. That was a beautiful 9, by the way, from Carlos. He's forcing a 7 out of Smartland and needs to get this close in the 16s. Does get the close with a 4-point lead to add a dart, but Carlos is getting some momentum back in this leg. This is excellent standard from both these gentlemen. Excellent standard. Consistently finding perfection as we see another 9. And look at Carlos there. Gives a little bit of a smirk and kind of subdues his own celebration. I love every bit of that. A good 7 mark there. The 15s are grabbed. 17s are added on. And then moves on to the bull, knowing that single 17 did push it. So great position to find yourself in if you're Carlos. Smartland shaking his head, but it's not like he did much wrong in this leg. This has been an incredibly fast and competitive standard between these two, what I would argue say champions. These guys already both feel like they deserve the win. They both show the stuff to show why they can think that. Now it's just about who actually gets the title for the pro cricket singles. There's the double. What a leg. What? Yeah, 6.75 average for Carlos. Wow. The board does not lie with what it's saying there. 6.75 to 6-0 with Smartland. No notes. Incredible, incredible standard. It's 1-1. Smarlin just going to try to make sure he holds his throw, get to match point first. Flights are crossed. Might move. He stays. You can see that dart going well under. When that flight is pulled down, it's not necessarily that it is the biggest blocker, especially if you scooted just a smidge to the right, but it's a visual blocker. And when you have visual blockers, it's easy to not have the same follow through as normal. And now this is a moment right back. Instead of going for the aggressive close on the opening 9, stayed down for a conservative 7 from Carlos. A little bit of frustration is being seen. What a 6-mark grab there from Carlos. You can see he's a man on a mission right now. He wants to get this leg so that way he has a little bit of a cushion, a little bit of a buffer. But Smarlin knows with the double dip in mind that he has a lot of work to do, and he is up to the task. There, finds a 5 that could have been a 9 millimeters away. Carlos now pushed down. Want to see him stay on these 19 slate trips. Finds the first trip. Might stay. That's inviting. Yeah, it's just so inviting when the darts are positioned like that. He stays for all of them. Last one probably could have been a move, but I mean, just given the positions of those darts, there's sometimes where you see a dart land and you know how a player's been throwing, and you just expect a certain result after. Same thing here. But he does find the 9. Smarlin, 3 in the bed on the 18s. Gets the point lead back by a single mark. Carlos going to go ahead and do what he's been doing on the 19s. He's taking a look on this dart. But there it goes low on the 18 wire. And that's why it's a little bit frustrating for him, I would have to imagine, because the other round where he stayed for a 7 on the 19s, he didn't swing on the 18 where he should have. And I think that might cost him because he didn't get to close in this last attempt. Doesn't get his 19 shut down yet. So he can at least take that as a saving grace moment. He does get the close on the 18, so it hits a big double back to the 19s. Hits a big 8 mark. Carlos finally gets rid of those 18s that have been the bane of his existence. Smarlin wants to try to get a shot at these 19s. I don't think 4 marks on the 17 is enough to justify a single 19, though. It's 53 points. Yeah, you have to stay. That's an unfortunate position just because of where the math was for Smarlin. Now, Carlos here needs to defend these 19s now. He needs to stay until he trips again. He's going for the aggressive look. Is it going to pay off? Finds the 17s. Now back to the 19s. And a great stay and a powerful shot from a confident Carlos. Smarlin. Only hits a 2. This is a huge opening now, as Carlos can potentially break the throw by hitting this 6 mark. It will lock in this leg. Pab in the chat. Yes, this is the final. Ill from YouTube chat says, do y'all still do blind draws at BullShooters? Yes. Instead of having the official Friday one, as that's a big 7, by the way, for Carlos to go ahead and get this leg in his favor. We don't actually have the official Friday night blind draw. We haven't since the 37 tour. But what you do have instead is that we actually run a bunch of different miniature blind draws at all the different regional stops, and including in Chicago. They're called second chance events. They're pop-ups. They're $20 to play. So they actually run more and more blind draws than they ever did before. So yes, they do. It's just not official blind draw. Like, it's not on the schedule, I should say. Carlos is up 2-1. A 6.68. Honestly, falling off pretty hard. Now 6.68, and then the Smartland does drop to below a 5 at a 4.88 there. But let's be honest, he only fell to that point after one poor round, and then didn't really have a chance to get back into the leg. This pro singles final has been incredible so far. The standard has been incredible for these last two legs. We already saw, right? I believe it was Smartland in leg number 2 that lost with a 6-0. Now, if Carlos wins the leg here, this finals is over. Hits just the 4 to follow the 4 from Smartland. Let's see what he's able to do with this opportunity. There's only so many ways you can go about this. He's going aggressive, finds that first trip, takes a look at the 19. I don't like the stay. You have to hit it. He does hit it. It's a great marker. Here's the thing. If you're down 2-1 and your opponent's on match point, there's two different philosophies. It's either play aggressive and throw the book at the wall and really see what sticks. Oh my gosh, what a 9. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. They're just incredible darts. But yeah, you can either play more aggressive or you can play conservative, right? You have your two different options of what you can really do on your approaches. And frankly, in a position right now, I don't know if I want to see Smartland be too aggressive. I kind of want to see him play a little bit safer, a little less on the hero darts. But yeah, that's a minor note. He's throwing incredible. Both these guys are having a great standard. I'm loving everything I'm seeing from both these gentlemen right now. Another great question in here in the comments for the BullShooter finals. Did post a link in there if you guys are trying to sign up, as the pre-registration is cheaper than on site for the BullShooter 39th finals. We're less than a month away. It's going to be May 22nd. But for BullShooter Chicago, how does divisions work? Is there caps? There's no caps. So there's either amateur events, and then there's pro events. There's A and AA designations there. So you'll see on the sign up list, it'll tell you. So for instance, on Thursday, the Monsters of Midway, there's a no A or AA players, and then there's pro A and AA. Now you can play up, but you can't play down if you're a pro. But yeah, and you can see the distinction there. If you can also look at the pro list on that website to see if you're currently on the list. But that being said, that's a beautiful 8 mark. Smartland back against the wall in this final. Needs to find a trip 15. That might be a good marker. You can see that follow through is a little wonky. He's really trying to place that dart. That one had a little bit more of a decisive follow through, but he knows with that 3 mark, that might be the deciding round. He had an opportunity for a big 9. Instead, it's Carlos's opportunity. He needs to close these 15s. Doesn't in 2. He needs to add to the bull now. 25-point difference, and he finds a trip on the 16. Carlos Martinez Ruiz is about to potentially get this win. Get it done here and now. This might be it. Carlos, for your win in the finals. There's the double bull. Needs one more bull and gets it there. You can see the reaction from him. You can see the crowd giving some love and support, and you can see Smartland having a little bit of a frown, but all smiles for his friends. He played really well. That was a great final, great performance, and you can see the crowd behind. Look at that. Give it some love. I love every bit of it. And you can see all the different competitors that we saw on the stream hanging out and watching, seeing how this shapes up. But the big singles pro cricket win there goes to the Carlos Martinez Ruiz and a 3-1 win. Incredible performance. Smartland did fantastic as well. Again, lost a leg throwing a 6 in that final. So give him credit where credit's due. That last leg might have gotten away from him just a little bit, but overall, great performance and a great first day of coverage here for our BullShooter Europe finals. Tomorrow, we have some more great action here on the live stream. We are going to be having coverage of the doubles 501 in the morning, but then our main priority coverage in the evening. This is evening Spain time. Most of this will be in the morning and afternoon here for our North American friends. Will be the national teams parade and competition. National teams, of course, to qualify for Chicago. It's a big, big event. It's a big, big moment. There's also the Open Hammer Cricket event, which we never get a chance to actually see, but it's always one of my favorite events. But that being said, folks, that will do it for us. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. Over 450 you guys tuning in across our platforms. I enjoy seeing every one of you watching along, and hopefully I'll see every one of you here for the rest of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for our coverage. Deb Porter, thank you for the kind words. Heather, thanks for hanging out. And everyone else, appreciate each and every one of you. Have a good night, folks. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow for more coverage here of our European Championship XXXI.